Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the additional reference of business, and request the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
There's a motion. Any objection? Hearing none. Secretary General, the reading.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill Number 8771, mandating LGUs to identify and devote bare timberlands to be utilized for tree farming. Representative Aumentado.
The Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill Number 8772, prohibiting harassment and invasion of privacy for commercial purposes. Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill Number 8775, creating Barangay North Fairview in Quezon City. Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill Number 8776, mandating each city or municipality to create a river development authority for the preservation, protection, and development of all rivers, river systems, and natural waterways within its jurisdiction. Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Government Enterprise and Privatization.
House Bill Number 8777, regulating the licensure, examination, and practice of physical therapy in the Philippines. Representative Vargas.
Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill Number 8776, professionalizing the practice of prison management and setting the qualification for superintendents of National Prison System and wardens of provincial, city, and municipal jails. Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill Number 8779, creating regional trial courts for indigenous peoples. Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill Number 8780, creating Barangay Greater Lagro in Quezon City. Representative Vargas.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill Number 8782, increasing the bed capacity of Baguio General Hospital and Medical Center from 800 to 1,500 beds. Representative Go Mark.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill Number 8784, establishing a Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte, a separate schools division office for the 3rd District of Zamboanga del Norte. Representative Amatong.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill Number 8785, strengthening the practice of electrical engineering in the Philippines. Representative De Jesus, Dagook, Ebcas, and Guya.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill Number 8786, providing for the national policy and framework for energy advocacy through the creation of an Energy Council Office. Representative De Jesus, Guya, Dagook, and Ebcas.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill Number 8787, granting Philippine citizenship to Zhenghua Zhang. Representative Pineda.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill Number 8788, providing for the establishment of a tester training and assessment center in Digos, Davao del Sur. Representative Cagas.
The Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill Number 8789, establishing the Davao del Sur Drug Rehabilitation Center in Digos, Davao del Sur. Representative Cagas.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill Number 8790, establishing the PUP Alfonso Campus in Alfonso, Cavite. Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill Number 8791, further protecting the integrity of electronic transactions, defining for the purpose the crime of internet and telecommunication phishing. Representative Villar and Benitez.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill Number 8792, creating the database of products containing probable carcinogens. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill Number 8793, strengthening early childhood care and development system, revising for the purpose the Early Years Act of 2013. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill Number 8794, mandating inclusion of pandemics, epidemics, and other public health crises as part of the curriculum of all primary and secondary schools. Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 978795, institutionalizing a pre-hospital emergency medical care system, Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill number 8796, establishing early learning programs for pre-kindergarten children, Representative Tambunting.
the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 8797, establishing guidelines and incentives for the development of science and technology parks in the Philippines, Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Science and Technology,
House Bill number 8798, integrating voters' education in the junior and senior high school curricula in both public and private schools, Representative Tambunting.
the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 8799, establishing the National Center for Geriatric Health under the DOH, Representative Velasco, Romualdez Ferdinand, Duterte, Marcoleta, Yap Eric, Ordanes, and Romero.
the Committee on Government Reorganization and Committee on Health,
Resolution, House Resolution 1592, urging the DOTR and the LTO to postpone the vehicle registration deadline by 6 months and waive the penalties for late registration within that period, Representative Sarmiento.
to the Committee on Transportation,
Communications, letter dated 12 January 2021 of Agnes de Venadera, Chairperson, CEO, ERC, forwarding to the House a copy of the Commission's accomplishment report for the fourth quarter of 2020.
to the Committee on Energy,
Emails and letters from certain provinces and municipalities submitting their reports on fund utilization and status of programs, projects, activities, implementation relative to the Local Government Support Fund and the Bayanihan Grant to cities, municipalities, and provinces for certain months of 2020.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated 29 January 2021 of Cecilia C. Borromeo, President, CEO, Land Bank of the Philippines, submitting to the House the report on the utilization of funds for the Unconditional Cash Transfer Program, fourth quarter 2022.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, and the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated 29 January 2021, Aurora C. Ignacio, President, CEO, SSS, providing the House a copy of their 2020 Report of Operations.
to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that we open the privilege hour.
any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the gentleman from Party List Bayan Muna, the Honorable Ferdinand Gaite, be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Party List Congressman Gaite is recognized via Zoom. Congressman Gaite.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I be heard? Thank you,
proceed.
Mr. Chair. Can I be heard? Mr. Chair.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, mga kapwa-mambabatas, isang magandang hapon sa ating mga kababayan na nakikinig po ngayon sa Kongreso. Ang kinatawang ito ay nais magbigay ng privilege speech hinggil sa napipintong pagpapatupad ng Mandanas Ruling. Ang titulo ng aking pahayag ay tutulan ng malawakan tanggalan ng mga kawaning gobyerno dulot ng ipatutupad ng full devolution. Mr. Speaker, mga mambabatas, mga kababayan, sa taong 2022, tuluyan ng ipatutupad ang implementasyon ng Supreme Court ang Mandanas Ruling. Nililinaw ng Mandanas Ruling na dapat isinasama ng pambansang pamahalaan ang iba pang nakokolektang buwis kagaya ng customs duties sa International Review Allotment o IRA ng mga nasa local government units o LGU. Nangangahulugan nito na ang pondo ng mga LGU ay lalaki ng 27.61% mula sa dati nitong nakukuhang IRA ayon mismo sa Department of Budget and Management or DBM. Ngunit, kasabay ng pagpapatupad ng Mandanas ruling, nakamba din ang pagkawala ng trabaho ng maraming bilang ng mga kawani ng gobyerno mula sa iba't ibang pambansang ahensya dahil sa quote-unquote full devolution na pinaplano ng hekutiba. Ito daw di umano ay kailangan dahil sa pagliit ng magiging bahagi ng national government mula sa mga buwis na nakokolekta nito. Kung gayon, kailangan daw ilipat sa mga lokal na pamahalaan o i-devolve ang mga programa at serbisyo na dati direktang nagbubulak sa mga pambansang ahensya. Sa gagawing ito, malinaw na may malaking negatibong epekto ito sa kasiguruhan sa trabaho ng mga kawani tulad ng unang ipinatupad ang Local Government Code o LGC o Republic Act 7160 noong 1991, kung saan hindi lahat ng mga kawaning quote-unquote devolved o seconded ay nakalipat at nanatili sa mga lokal na pamahalaan. Dahilan rin ang restriction sa Section 325 ng LGC hinggil sa Personnel Services Cap o na di dapat o ang nababanggit po dito, di dapat lalabis sa 45% ng kabuang budget ng first to third class city, municipality, or province ay maaring ilaan sa sweldo at benepisyo, habang 55% naman ang maximum para sa fourth to sixth class cities, municipalities, and provinces. Mr. Speaker, inilala ko ngayon ng DBM ang tatlong opsyon para sa mga maapektuhang kawani. Una, paglipat patungo sa ibang departamento o ahensya. Ikalawa, ang paglipat sa ibang ahensya sa labas ng mga naturang departamento. Ikatlo, ang magretiro o kaya naman ay umalis sa trabaho at pumasok sa mga bababakante o bakanting posisyon sa LGU. Nga lamang, ang mga apektadong kawani na ma-absorb daw sa mga LGU ay ituturing new entry sa mga ahensya na LGU na kanilang lilipatan at maaring bumaba ang kanilang sweldo batay sa mga provisyon ng Salary Standardization Law 5 ayon kay Director John Aris Makaspak ng DBM sa hearing na ginawa noong February 22, 2021 sa ilalim ng House Committee on Visayas Development. By the way, nakasaad sa mga prohibisyon ng SSL na ang sweldo sa mga LGU, lalo na sa mga mabababang income classification, ay mas mababa din. Sa Section 10 letter A ng naturang batas, halimbawa sa isang 6th class municipality, maaaring umabot lamang ng 65% ang matatanggap na sahod ng kawani kumpara sa mga kawani sa pambansang ahensya. Mr. Speaker, nakababahala na ang pagpapatupad ng full devolution ay walang malalim na pag-aaral ng DBM at iba pang ahensya hinggil sa mga posibleng epekto nito kapwa sa national government at mga LGU. Higit sa lahat, ang epekto nito sa serbisyo para sa mamamayan. Mga katanungan, handa na ba ang LGU para sa mas malaking responsibilidad na ipapasa ng national government? Sapat ba ang ilalaki ng pondo ng LGU sa pinapanukalang paglipat ng mga serbisyo at programa sa ilalim ng full devolution? Sa panahon na naranasan natin ang COVID-19 pandemic at mga kalamidad tulad ng pagputok ng Bulkang Taal at malalakas na mga bagyong humagupit sa ating bansa, nakita natin kung gaano kahalaga ang sentralisadong pagharap at pagtugon ng gobyerno sa mga krisis na ito. Kailangan ito dahil sa hindi pantay na pag-unlad ng mga lungsod, munisipyo at probinsya sa ating bansa. Marami sa mga LGU mayaman, at higit ang mahirap ang nangangailangan ng tulong mula sa national government para lamang makatugon sa pandemya, kalamidad na tumama sa kanilang mga saklaw na lugar. Kahit sa panukalang pagbili ng vaccination laban sa COVID-19 ngayon, dehado ang mahihirap na lokal na pamayanan. Ang pagliit ng kabahagi ng national government mula sa mga buwis na nakolekta nito ay hindi matibay na dahilan para sa malawakang tanggalan ng mga kawani ng pamahalaan. Kung nanaisin ng gobyerno, maaring ilipat na pondo mula sa mga pondo ng pamahalaan tulad ng Intelligence and Confidential Funds, ang NTFL-CAC, ang ICLIP, Pamana, ultimo ang PhilHealth na batpat ng katiwalian, AFP-PNP, at iba pang programa na nagiging balon din ng korupsyon ay maaring ilaan sa mga ahensya na apektado ng full devolution upang maiwasan ang malawakang tanggalan sa mga kawani ng pamahalaan. Naniniwala po ang kinatawan na ito na marapat lamang na maibigay sa ating mga LGU ang dapat na kabahagi nila sa makukolektang buwis na naayon sa batas upang makabit ang mga serbisyo at pakikinabangan ng mamamayan, lalo na sa mga kanayunan. Kasabay nito, hindi dapat tanggalan ng kabuhayan ang libu-libong kawani ng pamahalaan at hindi maisakripisyo ang serbisyo ng gobyerno para sa mamamayan. Mr. Speaker, ang representasyong ito ay nanawagan na magkaroon ng malalim na pag-aaral at pagsusuri ang DBM at iba pang ahensya sa mga posibleng epekto ng full devolution sa pamahalaan. Kasama ng mga kawani sa pamahalaan, kami sa Bayan Muna at Makabayan ay tumututol sa ambang malawakang tanggalan ng mga kawani dulot ng full devolution. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa kapwa ko mambabatas at sa mga nakikinig ng mga mamamayan sa panahong ito.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the speech of the Honorable Ferdinand Gaite of the party list Bayan Muna be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Objection. Hearing none, the said motion is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Carlos Isagani Zarate of the party list Bayan Muna for his privileged speech.
Any objection? Hearing none, Congressman Carlos Isagani Zarate of Party List Bayan Muna is recognized via Zoom. Congressman Zarate.
Mr. Chair, I think there is some miscommunication. I did not make a representation to deliver a privileged speech today.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Ready? Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw my previous motion, and I move to suspend the privilege hour.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for manifestation,
Please proceed.
as members of the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill Number 7440, or an act improving the confirmation process for imperfect land titles, amending for the purpose Commonwealth Act Number 141, as amended, otherwise known as the Public Land Act, and Presidential Decree Number 1529, as amended, otherwise known as the Property Registration Decree and Senate Bill Number 1931, or an act improving confirmation of imperfect titles, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree Number 1529, Commonwealth Act Number 141, and Republic Act Number 9176, and for other purposes. For the majority, we have Representative Vicente Ching Veloso III, Representative Rufus Rodriguez, Representative Joey Sarsi Salceda, and Representative Edgar Chato. And for the minority, we have Representative John Christopher Belmonte. And another manifestation, Mr. Speaker.
Wait. Any objection? Hearing none, the names are hereby approved and elected as members of the BICAM. Majority Leader.
Again, Mr. Speaker, for manifestation, Representative Duchelle Marie Cardema as Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is hereby approved. The said name. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Ready?
Session resumed. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration on third reading of House Bills number 8653, 5488, and 8654, and for this purpose may request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measures. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is approved. Secretary General, please do the reading.
House Bill Number 8653, an act establishing a regular district office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Guipos, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill Number 5488, an act establishing a regular district office of the Land Transportation, Franchising, and Regulatory Board in the City of Dasmariñas, Province of Cavite, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill Number 8654, an act converting the Land Transportation Office Extension Office in San Jose City, Province of Nueva Ecija, into a regular LTO district office and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8653, 5488, 8654. Honorable members, Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Mentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Berzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariala Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Cuanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Frere Juliet, Frere Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guruseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halusos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate Zubiri. Second call for House Bill number 8653, 5488, 8654. Honorable members, Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abunda, Acosta Alba, Agarao, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aragones, Arenas, Atienza, Umentado, Bagatsing, Baronda, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bravo, Bulot, Kabatbat, Calixto, Caminero, Kanama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Kari, Chungalaw, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cuangco, Collantes, Crisologo, Cuaresma, Cueva, Dalipe, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Michael, De Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian Paul, Pariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Flores, Fuente Bella, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Gico, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Halushos, Co Wilton, Konghun, Lagman, Lagon, Diachon, Lopez, Macapagal Arroyo, Malapitan, Mangawang, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Waminal, Ordanes, Pacquiao Alberto, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Reyes, Robes, Roman, Romero, Romualdo, Romulo, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Sanchez, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Sinsuat, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, T. Alan, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor, Yu Zubiri.
with 185 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill numbers 8653, 5488, and 8654 hereby approved for third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bills number 8657, 8658, and 8659, all establishing tester training centers in their respective localities. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
There's a motion. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is approved. Secretary General, please do the reading.
House Bill number 8657, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Basilisa, province of Dinagat Islands to be known as the Basilisa Dinagat Islands, TESDA Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8658, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Mercedes, province of Camarines Norte, to be known as the Mercedes Camarines Norte TESDA Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8659, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Labangan, province of Zamboanga del Sur, to be known as the Labangan Zamboanga del Sur TESDA Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill numbers 8657, 8658, and 8659 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu Exaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Omentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halosos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Eliza, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Ligarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Navan, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanaon, Uwaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanez, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Hato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Angkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Siao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call, in consideration of House Bill numbers 8657, 8658, 8659. Abaya, Abellanosa, Abunda, Acosta, Alba, Agaraw. Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aragones, Arenas, Aumentado, Bagatsing, Baronda. Bernos, Biazon, Biron, Bravo, Bulut, Kabatbat, Calixto, Caminero, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema. Kari, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizalde, Ko Wangko, Coliantes, Crisologo, Quaresma, Cueva, Dalipe, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Michael, Di Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Flores, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Sandro, Vico, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Haloshos, Co Wilton, Konghun, Liachon, Lopez, Macabagal Arroyo, Malapitan, Mangawang, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marinio, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles 1, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Uwaminal, Ordanes, Pacquiao Alberto, Paduano, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Reyes, Roman, Romero, Romualdo, Romulo, Sagarbaria, Sanchez, Siao, Silverio, Singson, Sinsuwat, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, T. Alan, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor, Yu, Zubiri.
One 188 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill numbers 8657, 8658, and 8659 are hereby approved in third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Bill 8656, the consideration rather on third reading of House Bill 8656, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
There's a motion. Any objection? Hearing none. Secretary General, please proceed and do the reading.
House Bill 8656, an act establishing a provincial office of the Commission on Higher Education in Mountain Province and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8656. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Mentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bersaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabutyan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fedenil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariala Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Coangelica, Coelizaldi, Cuangco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Los Montalia, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Nepcal, Gonzales Sandro, Guruseta, Gico Gulyas Guya Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haluso, Xavier Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Limlem Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Rimulya, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yedamari, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salot Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao Silverio, Singson Mian, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tanalisa, Tanangelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Teadat Teves, Arnulfo Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo Tupas, Chutorti, Alan T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villaras Juarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Naldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call for House Bill Number 8656. Abaya, Bellanosa, Abunda, Acosta Alba, Agarao, Alvarez France, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aragones, Arenas, Umentado, Bagatsing, Baronda, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bravo, Bulot, Kabatbat, Calixto, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Chungalaw, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Cuangco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cueva, Dalipe, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Michael, De Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Di Faustino Ina, D. Ian Paul, Fariñas, Rudy Cesar Fernandez, Flores, Garcia, Jose Enrique Garcia, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Sandro, Gico Guya, Haresco Hataman, Halusos, Co Wilton Konghun, Liachon Lopez, Macapagal Arroyo, Malapitan, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez Mariño, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Mananaon, Ominal, Ordanes, Pacquiao Alberto, Paduano, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Reyes, Roman Romero, Romualdo, Romulo, Sagarbaria, Sanchez, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Sinsuat, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Tanalisa, Tanangelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Teves, Arnulfo, Teves, Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, T. Alan, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor, Yu, Zubiri.
192 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention. House Bill number 8656 hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that all the bills passed on third reading today be transmitted immediately to the Senate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
There's a motion. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Yes. Majority Leader.
I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Anong kwarto ko?
No.
Thank you. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Move to suspend for a few minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Session resumed.
in accordance with our rules governing inquiries in edible legislation, I move that we refer the following House resolutions to the appropriate committees. House Resolution number 1490 to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and National Defense and Security. House Resolution 1568 to the Committee on Transportation. House Resolution 1569 to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization. House Resolution 1570 to the Committee of Labor and Employment. House Resolution 1571 to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development. House Resolution 1573 to the Committee on Health. House Resolution 1575 to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. House Resolution 1576 to the Committee on Health. House Resolution 1581 to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality and Welfare of Children. House Resolution 1583 to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms. House Resolution 1586 to the Committee on Transportation. House Resolution 1587 to the Committee on Agriculture and Food and Trade and Industry. House Resolution 1588 to the Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to rules governing inquiries in edible legislation, I move that we refer the following speeches to the appropriate committees. The Honorable Representative Vergara, dated February 15, 2021, to the Committee on Agriculture and Food. The speech of the Honorable Representative Tan, dated February 15, 2021, to the Committee on Health. Representative Swansing, dated February 15, 2021, to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization. Representative Vargas, dated February 15, 2021, to the Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts. Representative Rosas, to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality. Representative Castro, dated February 16, 2021, to the Committee on Health. Representative Elago, dated February 16, 2021, to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms. Representative Kulyamat, dated February 16, 2021, to the Committee on Public Order and Safety. Representative Bordado, dated February 16, 2021, to the Committee on Justice. Representative Romero, dated February 17, 2021, to the Committee on Public Order and Safety. Representative Fernandez, to the Committee on Energy. Representative Elago, January 19, 2021, to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, National Defense and Security. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension.
Session suspended. Okay. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill numbers 3601 and 4913, providing direct financial assistance to Filipino farmers, from the Committee on Agriculture and Food to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation. House Bill number 8152, establishing a national policy framework for the promotion of animal biotechnology, from the Committee on Agriculture and Food to the Committee on Science and Technology. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, same as approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules, allow me to put forth an omnibus motion for the consideration of the following House Bill number 8668 under Committee Report 746, House Bill number 8726 under Committee Report 749, House Bill 8728 under Committee Report 750, House Bill 8729 under Committee Report 751, House Bill 8753 under Committee Report 756, House Bill 8755 under Committee Report 757, House Bill 8758 under Committee Report 760, and House Bill number 8759 under Committee Report 761.
All in favor? Say. Oh, any objection? Hearing none, same as approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the respective explanatory notes as the sponsorship of the said measures.
Any objection? Hearing none, same as approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the said House bills or local bills, I move that we terminate the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none, same as approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
Any objection? Hearing none, same as approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, same as approved.
Mr. Speaker, I therefore move that we vote on second reading the bills that I have mentioned earlier on.
All those in favor on the same House bills, say aye. Opposed, say nay. Same as approved. The said House bills are approved for second reading.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension.
Session suspended. Dapat meron dito. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 8741 under Committee Report 7174, under Committee Report 759, and I request therefore that the Secretary General be instructed to read the title of the bill.
Secretary General is directed to read the bill.
House Bill 7174, an act prohibiting the active use and display of commercial billboards during typhoons.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Alfred Vargas of the 3rd District of Quezon City, sponsor of the 5th
The
District,
gentleman from
sponsor
Quezon City
the measure.
is hereby recognized. Congressman Vargas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that the explanatory note serve as the sponsorship speech of the said bill, House Bill number 7174.
Majority Leader. All right. Is there any objection? Hearing none, same as approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension.
Being suspended. Oh.
That the following.
Itong number 5. Question resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? Hearing none, same as approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, same as approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Alfred Vargas for the committee amendments.
Honorable Vargas is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adopt the following committee amendments. Accordingly, number 1, on Section 2, Line 7, delete the phrase, "the safety of," close parenthesis, close quotation, as to avoid redundancy in the use of the word safety. Again, Mr. Speaker, I just want to make it clear. I'll repeat it. Okay. On Section 2, line 7, delete the phrase, open quote, the safety of, then close quote, as to avoid redundancy in the use of the word safety. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
What does the Majority Leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the committee amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. The amendment is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Vargas.
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the second amendment. On Section 5, implementing rules and regulations, add, open quote, the Department of Interior and Local Government, or DILG, after the acronym MMDA. Insert a comma and delete the word "and." Thus, the whole section will now read as follows, Mr. Speaker. Section 5, implementing rules and regulations. The Department of Public Works and Highway, DPWH, in consultation with the Metro Manila Development Authority, MMDA, the Department of Interior and Local Government, DILG, other metropolitan councils and other relevant agencies shall promulgate and issue the implementing rules and regulations of this act within 60 days from the effectivity thereof. So
Does
moved,
the Majority
Mr.
Leader
Speaker.
say?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the committee amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. The amendment is hereby carried. Honorable Vargas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the third and the final amendment, on Section 8, Effectivity Clause, delete the phrase, open quote, two newspapers, close quote, and in lieu of thereof, insert the phrase, a newspaper.
What does the majority say about the amendment? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the committee amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. The amendment is hereby carried.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other committee amendments, I move that we proceed to individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading on House Bill number 7174 as amended.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. All of those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The House Bill number as amended is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move for a few minutes suspension.
Session suspended. Huh?
meeting.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7814 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 7814, an act strengthening drug prevention and control, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9165 as amended, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of amendments. I move that we recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, Representative Robert Ace Barbers.
The Honorable Ace Barbers, Chairman of the Committee on Dangerous Drug, is hereby recognized. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move. Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments. Committee amendments.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
There is a motion declaring the period of amendment, declaring the opening of an individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Tyron Agabas for his individual amendment.
The Honorable Agabas is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the following individual amendments are hereby proposed. Section 2 of House Bill number 7814, amending Section 4 of Republic Act 9165 as amended, page 3, lines 115 up to 118. Delete the word document in line 117. Delete the phrase or any written matter in line 118. Insert the words, quote, or any similar document, unquote, after, quote, bill of lading, unquote, in line 118. Insert the phrase, or in connection with importation or exportation to or from the Philippines in line 120, which shall now be read as follows. Any person who is found to have in his, her possession, or under his, her direct or indirect control, any purchase order, memorandum receipt, delivery receipt, bill of lading, or any similar document containing information related to or in connection with importation or exportation to or from the Philippines dangerous drugs.
What does the distinguished sponsor response to
I accept,
proposal of the Honorable
Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Barbers is recognized.
I accept the proposed amendments by Congressman Agabao, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve Individual amendments proposed and accepted.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, additional amendment. Section 3 of House Bill number 7814, amending Section 5 of Republic Act 9165 as amended, page 5, line 205. Delete the phrase "or inside the place" in line 205. Insert the words "the immediate vicinity of the area" after the word "within" in line 205. Delete the word "administration" in line 214. Delete the words "and/or transportation" in line 215. Insert the word "or" in line 215, which shall now be read as follows. Unless proven otherwise, any person found or is present within the immediate vicinity of the area of sale, trading, marketing, dispensation, delivery, or distribution is presumed to have been involved in the sale, trade, or distribution of dangerous drugs, controlled precursors, or essential chemicals. Any person found in possession of dangerous drugs in the following quantity or weight, regardless of purity, is presumed to have been engaged in selling, trading, dispensation, delivery, or distribution of dangerous drugs.
The Honorable Ace Barber, the distinguished sponsor, what do you say over his proposed amendment?
I gladly accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the individual amendments proposed and accepted.
There is a motion to approve the individual amendment as proposed by the Honorable Agabas. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable
additional amendment,
Agabas.
Section 3 of House Bill 7814, amending Section 5 of Republic Act 9165 as amended, page 5, line 228, delete 500 in line 228 before the word grams. Insert 200 in line 228 before the word grams. Delete 200 in line 218 before the word grams. Insert 50 in line 218 before the word grams.
What is the position of the distinguished sponsor, the Honorable Ace Barber, on the proposed amendment?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I gladly accept the proposal of the amendments propounded.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the individual amendment as proposed and accepted.
There is a motion, duly seconded, for the approval of the individual amendment as proposed by the Honorable Agabas. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable Agabas.
additional amendment. Section 8, paragraph A of House Bill number 714, amending Section 8 of Republic Act 9165 as amended, page 13, line 628 to 635. Delete the phrase "or similar substances" in lines 628 and 631. Delete the word "any" in line 629. Delete the phrase "or appears to have the exclusive" in lines 633 to 634. Delete the words "or management" in line 634. Insert the words "and enclosed private" before the word "property" in line 629. Insert the word "actual" before the word "control" in line 634, which shall now be read as follows. Dangerous drugs found to be concealed in an enclosed private property shall be presumed until the contrary is proven, that the said drugs are in the possession of and were concealed with the knowledge of the person was actual control thereof. Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished sponsor, what is your position on the proposed amendment?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the individual amendments as proposed and accepted.
There is a motion, duly seconded, that the proposed amendment introduced by the Honorable Agabas be approved. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader, the Honorable Agabas is
Mr. Speaker,
recognized.
another amendment. Section 8, paragraph B of House Bill number 7814, amending Section 8 of Republic Act 9165 as amended, page 13, lines 628 to 635. Delete the word premise in line 639. Insert the words building, real property before the word vehicle XX in line 639. Delete the words such as lodge gauges in lines 640 up to 641, which shall now be read as follows. Paragraph B. Dangerous drugs found concealed in any compartment that is specially constructed for the purpose on any building, real property, vehicle, vessel, or any kind of transportation or personal property shall, unless the contrary is proven, be presumed to have been possessed and or concealed with the knowledge of the occupant, administrator, owner, or person in charge of the property. Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished sponsor, what's your position on the proposed amendment?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the individual amendments as proposed and accepted.
There is a motion, duly seconded, that the proposed amendment introduced by the Honorable Agabas be approved. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Agabas?
Another amendment, Mr. Speaker. Section 11 of House Bill number 7814, amending Section 13 of Republic Act 9165 as amended, page 15 in line 711, to withdraw the proposed amendment and retain the original text of Republic Act 9165 as amended. Or Section 37 of House Bill number 7814, page 33, lines 1653 to 1654. Insert additional sentence after the first one. The provisions of this act shall not in any way repeal Republic Act number 9346 or an act prohibiting the imposition of death penalty in the Philippines, which shall now be read as follows. Section 37, repealing clause. All laws, orders, issuances, rules, and regulations or parts thereof inconsistent with this act are hereby repealed or modified accordingly. The provisions of this act shall not in any way repeal Republic Act number 9346 or an act prohibiting the imposition of death penalty in the Philippines.
The distinguished gentleman from Surigao del Norte, what's your position on the proposed amendment introduced by the Honorable Agabas?
Mr. Speaker, before I accept the proposal, in this particular proposal, there are two options. And the reason being is that in the period of debate, one of the most contentious issues is whether or not this proposed legislation would automatically repeal the death penalty law. Most of the authors have asked this representation to clarify this. So in this particular instance, Mr. Speaker, I would accept the proposal wherein we will clearly state in the repealing clause in Section 37 that the provisions of this act shall not in any way repeal Republic Act 9346 or an act prohibiting the imposition of death penalty in the Philippines.
Majority Leader? Session suspended. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the individual amendment, the second option of the individual amendment as proposed and accepted.
Any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, additional amendment.
Sorry. Honorable Agabas, di ko kayo nakita dyan.
Section 12 of House Bill number 7814, amending Section 15 of Republic Act 9165 as amended, page 15, lines 723 to 726. Insert the words to 18 months, inpatient, before the word treatment, in lines 723 to 724. Delete the phrase for a period not exceeding 18 months, in lines 724 to 725. Insert the words to be determined by a physician after the word program in line 724, which shall now be read as follows. Section 15, use of dangerous drugs and controlled precursors and essential chemicals. A person apprehended or arrested who is found to be positive for use of any dangerous drugs or controlled precursor and essential chemical and a drug dependent, after a confirmatory test and a dependency examination, shall be imposed a penalty of a minimum of 6 months to 18 months inpatient treatment, and aftercare rehabilitation program to be determined by a physician shall start after the release of the drug dependent from the rehabilitation center in a government center for the first offense, subject to the provisions of Article 8 of this Act.
What is the pleasure of the author?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the individual amendments as proposed and accepted.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved. Majority Leader. Congressman Agabas.
Section 12 of House Bill number 714, amending Section 15 of Republic Act 9165 as amended, page 15 to 16, lines 745 to 746. Delete the phrase has some physical manifestation of being a dangerous drug user, and he or she in lines 745 to 747, which shall now be read as follows. Any person apprehended under this section is presumed to have used a dangerous drug if he or she refuses to submit to a drug test. Mr. Speaker.
May I know the reply of the author?
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the individual amendment as proposed and accepted.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Agabas.
Section 18 of House Bill number 7814, amending Section 29 of Republic Act 9165 as amended, page 20, lines 1011 and 1012. Delete assigned in said court in line 1012. Insert letter S to the word prosecutor in line 1012. Insert the words office where the court is situated after the word prosecutors in line 1012 put a comma after the word section in line 1014 and insert the phrase, conclude the preliminary investigation within a period of 7 working days. Insert the word, when warranted, after the word and, which shall now be read as follows. As soon as the alleged planting of evidence has been interposed and or pleaded before or during the prosecution of the case against the accused, the court, where the case is pending, shall cause the public prosecutor's office, where the court is situated, to conduct preliminary investigation for the violation of this section. Conclude the preliminary investigation within a period of 7 working days, and when warranted, file the corresponding information. Mr. Speaker.
What is the reply of the sponsor?
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the individual amendment as proposed and accepted.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is approved.
Mr. Speaker, additional amendment, Section 33 of House Bill number 7814, amending Section 92 of Republic Act 9165 as amended, page 30, lines 1487 to 1492. Delete the sentence, the acquittal of an accused or dismissal of any drug-related case through patent laxity, inexcusable neglect, unreasonable delay, or deliberately causing the unsuccessful prosecution and or dismissal of the said drug cases is presumed bungling in the prosecution of said case. Insert the words, based on any of the following reasons, such as failure to formally offer evidence, filing of wrong information, failure to present corpus delicti, irregularity, illegality of arrest, search and seizure, failure to conduct confirmatory test, and failure to prosecute for an unreasonable length of time after the word act in line 1494, which shall now be read as follows. Unless proven otherwise, a decision of the court acquitting the accused or dismissing a case prosecuted under this act based on any of the following reasons, such as failure to formally offer evidence, filing of wrong information, failure to present corpus delicti, irregularity, illegality of arrest, search and seizure, failure to conduct confirmatory test, and failure to prosecute for an unreasonable length of time is presumed to have been unsuccessfully prosecuted, and to the government prosecutor, law enforcer, officer, or employee involved in the prosecution thereof deliberately caused the unsuccessful prosecution and or dismissal of the said case. Mr. Speaker.
I know the reply of the good sponsor.
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the individual amendment as proposed and accepted.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to my last amendment. A new section 25-A under Republic Act 9165 to be read as follows. Section 25A, aggravating circumstance. A penalty of 1 degree higher shall be imposed if a person violates sections 4, 5, 11, and 15 of this act, and the same is committed during an epidemic or pandemic as declared by the President of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker.
What is the pleasure of the honorable sponsor?
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the individual amendment as proposed and accepted.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jose Christopher Belmonte of the 6th District of Quezon City for his individual amendments.
The Honorable Belmonte, you may have the floor. Sira yata.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. First of all, I'd like to thank the majority and the honorable sponsor for their perseverance and patience and statesmanship. And I'd also like to thank them for several amendments which I noticed have resolved a certain number of issues that this representation himself was concerned with. However, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I would like to include several amendments which this representation feels will help cure the problem of somewhat vague interpretation of certain provisions, likewise the problem of double presumptions, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, while at the same time retaining as much as possible the intent of the law, which allows more power to our law enforcement officials to enable them to go after the drug lords who are the actual targets of this bill, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. In light of that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, will the honorable sponsor allow me to propose certain individual amendments, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Honorable Barbers.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, gladly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor. My first amendment is to remove the problem of broad interpretation on the term control. So in Section 2, amending Section 4, line 116 of the proposed bill, we delete the word or indirect after the word direct, such that the new phrase is to read as follows: possession or under her direct control. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
What is the reply of the good sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I'm sorry, but I will have to reject the proposed amendments for the reason that this will totally reduce the intent of the provision wherein the direct or indirect control is very material in this particular section, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Belmonte.
Of course, I would like to appeal, but I will submit to the will of the House, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that the sponsor of the measure have denied the individual amendments, therefore we have to request the Honorable Belmonte to proceed to his second amendment.
Honorable Belmonte.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this is in the section related to toddlers. I would like to propose that we remove the presumption of knows. When the person knows, then he's already presumed to be a toddler. This will be a repeating presumption, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. In the light of the second section, the second paragraph actually requires that there is knowledge and reasonable grounds that he has knowledge and has consented to the actual operative act, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, such that I would like to delete Section 2, amending Section 4, which is line 155 to line 163, deleting the paragraph, a person is presumed a protector or coddler of a person who imports or exports dangerous drugs, controlled precursors, or essential chemicals to be used in the preparation for such dangerous drugs if he/she knows the importer or exporter or dangerous drugs and or controlled precursors and essential chemicals, and he/she uses his/her influence, power, or position to shield, harbor, screen, or facilitate the escape of said importer or exporter. What will be retained is the second paragraph, which requires na he has reasonable knowledge na yung taong yon ay importer or he has consented to. Also, Mr. Speaker, in connection with that, I propose that we remove line 173 to 186. Remove the paragraph, unless proven otherwise, a person who shields, harbors, screens, or facilitates the escape of or prevents the arrest, prosecution, or conviction of the importer or exporter is presumed to have knowledge or has willfully consented to the illegal importation or exportation, and that he/she has used his or her influence, power, or position, except when it is done by any member of the importer's or exporter's immediate family or his/her legal counsel. A person who intercedes or represents the said importer or exporter is likewise, unless proven otherwise, presumed to have shielded, harbored, screened, or facilitated the escape of or prevented the arrest, prosecution, or conviction of the importer or exporter. The purpose, Mr. Speaker, as stated earlier, is kailangan lang mapatunayan ng law enforcement officers na may knowledge siya or he willfully consented. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, then the presumption will stand. Pero yung mere knowing that person and doing some acts, tingin ko double presumption na po yun and subject to vague interpretation. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Honorable Belmonte. What is the pleasure of the good sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, again, much as I would like to accept the proposed amendments, but in this particular section, knowledge is very material as one of the facts to be proven in order to give rise to another presumption. So, it is hindi naman po ibig sabihin na kapag if you know the person, you are already presumed to be a protector or cuddler. Very material po dito ito. And if the elements such as knowledge, reasonable grounds to believe that there was an unlawful act committed and the presence of the illegal drugs, these are just facts to be proven before it gives rise to another presumption of the person being a cuddler or a protector. In fact, you can be accused of being a cuddler or importer if, one, you shielded, you harbored, you screened or facilitated the escape or prevented the arrest, prevented the prosecution or conviction of the known importer or exporter. That's the only time that would apply. So again, Mr. Speaker, sorry, but I have to reject and refuse the proposal because knowledge is very material in this particular section.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that is precisely my point. Para hindi ho vague. Kailangan ho clear na hindi lang ho kilala mo, tas nag-operative act. May pananaw ka, may reasonable grounds ka to presume na talagang engaged siya sa dangerous drugs. Tapos nanggulo ka pa, nakialam ka pa. Yun lang po ang sinasabi ko, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Nonetheless, I understand the position and I will concede to the will of the majority, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you to the good sponsor for clarifying. Honorable Belmonte, you still have the floor for further amendments.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in the same light, I would like to propose in Section 3, amending Section 5, line 257 to 261, delete the paragraph, a person is presumed a protector or cuddler if he/she knows the seller, trader, distributor, or violator of this section, and he/she uses his or her influence, power, or position in shielding, harboring, screening, or facilitating the escape of said violator. And lines 271 to 281, the paragraph reading a person who shields, harbors, screens, or facilitates the escape of or prevents the arrest, prosecution, or conviction of the seller, trader, distributor, or violator of this section is, unless proven otherwise, presumed to have knowledge of or willfully consented to the illegal selling, trading, or distribution, and has used his/her influence, power, or position in doing so, except when it is done by any member of the violator's immediate family or his/her legal counsel. A person who intercedes and/or represents the said violator is, unless proven otherwise, presumed to have shielded, harbored, screened, or facilitated the escape of or prevented the arrest, prosecutor, or conviction of the violator. Also for the same reasons, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
What is the pleasure of the good sponsor?
Again, Mr. Speaker, much as I want to accept the proposal, the proposed amendment, but again, this section, just like in the previous proposed amendment, would have the elements to be proven, which is very material in this particular section. A person who uses his influence, his power, and position to prevent the arrest, allow the escape, or prevent the conviction of the seller or trader, yan po ang pinaka-material dito sa section na ito. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm again, much to my dismay, I would have to reject and refuse the proposed amendments.
Noted, Mr. Sponsor. Honorable Belmonte.
Then I would like to move on to Section 4, amending Section 6, line 313 to 319, which concerns the presumption of single usage equals the presumption that there is a den, dive, and resort, which adds to it the presumption that the person who administers the place is automatically presumed. And anybody who intercedes for the person who has control of the place is also likewise presumed to be related to the drug incident. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, my only problem with this whole section is the part where it is presumed when there is one single occasion, the presumption is the place is already a den, dive, and resort. So I propose, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that we delete the paragraph. For the purpose of this section, the following are presumed. A, any den, dive, resort is presumed intentionally used for the purpose of selling or using dangerous drugs and or controlled precursors and essential chemicals, even on one occasion only. And line 326 to 333, which is Section C, note that I retain Section B, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na kung napatunayan yung ng state na den, dive talaga yan, yung person who is directly in control ay presumed na may kinalaman po doon. Pero Section C, if any paraphernalia or instrument suitable or fit for the use or administration of any dangerous drug is found in a den, dive, or resort, it is presumed that the premises are used for the purpose of the administration, smoking, or consumption of a dangerous drug by a human being, and that the operator, maintainer, or administrator permits said premises to be used for such purpose. Yung problema ko lang po dyan talaga, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is yung single use and single arrest, damay-damay na lahat, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
What is the reply of the sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, may I move for a 1-minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Just to confer with the
Session resume.
Mr. Speaker, after conferring with the good gentleman from Quezon City on his proposed amendments, this representation needed more clarification. But much again to my dismay, I would have to reject the proposed amendments of the gentleman from Quezon City.
Noted on that, Honorable Belmonte, do you still have more amendments?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in the same light and also for the same grounds, na ang feeling ko ho, hindi na ho naman kailangan ng unang presumption na knowledge. Kasi requirement naman yung knowledge na may, hindi kailangan yung presumption na knows, tapos nangialam siya. Ang kailangan lang natin is may knowledge siya o reasonable grounds to believe na engaged sa drugs yung person, doon mag-a-arise yung presumptions. In that light, Mr. Speaker, I move that we delete the sentence in Section 4, amending Section 6, lines 358 to 363, deleting the sentence, a person is presumed a protector or cuddler if he/she knows the operator, maintainer, administrator, or manager of the den, dive, or resort, and he/she uses his/her influence, power, or position in shielding, harboring, screening, or facilitating the escape of the violator. And lines 372 to 387, a person is presumed a protector or cuddler if he/she knows the operator, maintainer, administrator, or manager of the den, dive, or resort, and he/she uses his/her influence, power, or position in shielding, harboring, screening, or facilitating the escape of the violator. A person is likewise presumed a protector or cuddler if he/she has knowledge of or has reasonable grounds to believe or to suspect that the said operator, maintainer, administrator, or manager actually operates, maintains, administers, or manages a den, dive, or resort, and he/she uses her influence, power, or position in preventing the arrest, prosecution, and conviction of the violator. Ang point ko lang talaga, as I pointed out earlier, Mr. Speaker, pwede naman na nandiyan pa rin ang presumptions, basta mapatunayan ng state na hindi lang kakilala niya at nangialam siya, kung hindi may reasonable grounds siya to know na engaged ito sa drugs. At nag-consent siya dito, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Honorable Barbers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the good gentleman from Quezon City is correct, no? Yung knowing or yung knowledge is just one of those elements that needs to be proven before another presumption of being a protector or cuddler arises. So yung knowledge, isa lang yan, yung reasonable ground to believe that he is a maintainer, operator of a den, dive, and resort, plus the knowledge also of the use as a den, a drug den, those are elements that needs to be proven first. So hindi lang ho limited dun sa knowledge or knowing the person na nagme-maintain nun is already perceived to be you are already perceived to be a protector or cuddler. Again, the important operative words that we need to see here before you can be accused of being a protector or cuddler is one, if you, knowing all these facts that are proven, that merong nangyaring bayaran o gamitan ng droga sa isang dive den resort, merong kang knowledge, merong nakitang droga, therefore, nagamit yung lugar sa pagiging isang den. And ikaw bilang isang maintainer, operator, you are presumed to be a protector. Now, immediately, you cannot be presumed to be a protector yet because you have to use your power, your influence, and your position to aid or to harbor or to allow the escape or to prevent the arrest or prevent the conviction or prosecution of the accused. So, yun lamang po, Mr. Speaker. Again, much to my dismay again, I would have to reject the proposal of the good gentleman from Quezon City.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Sponsor.
I thank the Honorable Barbers for being very gentlemanly in rejecting my proposals, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Ang point ko lang po, para lang ho malinaw na malinaw, hindi ko po nais na tanggalin yung mga presumptions na gusto po ni Honorable Barbers. Ang ayaw ko lang po ay itong mga provisions na to which give rise to a very broad and vague interpretation na pwedeng ina-assume na po na may knowledge ka na kaagad basta nangialam ka at may reasonable grounds. Anyway, this is belaboring the point. I will just continue to raise the same points, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Pasensya na po kasi madami po itong mga provisions na to para lang po ma-record.
Go ahead, Honorable Belmonte. Still have the floor.
Tapos tuloy-tuloy na po tayo in the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Section 5, amending Section 8, line 457 to 463. Delete the sentence, a person is presumed a protector or cuddler if he/she knows the manufacturer, producer, or processor of any dangerous drug and or controlled precursor and essential chemicals, and he/she uses his or influence, power, or position to shield, harbor, screen, or facilitate the escape of said manufacturer, producer, or producer. And remove in line 463 the word likewise after the phrase a person is. So, required pa rin po yung presumption, pero tinatanggal po natin yung presumption na knowledge lang at nangialam ka, problematic ka na dyan. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
May I know the reply of the Honorable and Gentleman pa, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, gaya rin po ng mga naunang mga sections that was proposed to be amended, ganun din po ang itong section po na ito because sabi ko nga kanina, you are presumed to be a protector or cuddler if there are three very important elements that needs to be proven first or proven facts as they say. No? One, you know the manufacturer, producer, or the processor of the dangerous drug. Two, you use your influence, your power or position to shield, harbor, screen, or facilitate the escape of the said manufacturer, producer, etc., etc. So, yun po yung elemento na hindi po maring mawala dito in order to give rise to a presumption of a person being a protector or a cuddler of a manufacturer or producer of dangerous drugs. So again, much to my dismay, Mr. Speaker, I would have to beg the indulgence of the gentleman from Quezon City that I will reject the proposed amendments.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Sponsor. Please continue, Honorable
Moving
Belmonte.
on to Section 8, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Section 8, amending Section 11, line 625 to 623. This is in relation to the presumption of finding a substance or an instrument in the subject in a property. For the purpose of this section, the following are presumed: A, dangerous drugs or similar substances found to be concealed in any property shall be presumed until the contrary is proven that said drugs or similar substances are in the possession and or concealed within the knowledge of the person who has or appears to have the exclusive control or management thereof. Ito po, Section A lang po, yung worry ko po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I will not touch Section B, which is, there is a specific compartment, specifically constructed, na nagtatago at doon ho nakita. Yun, obvious ba? Then, pwedeng mag-presume. Ito po, subject to vague interpretation pa rin po itong section na to, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Basta meron drugs doon, nakitaan ka na doon, ang dali-dali hong magtanim o ang dali-dali pong mag-set up, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Yun lang po ang problema ko dito.
Mr. Sponsor.
Speaker, earlier the Deputy Majority Leader, Congressman Agabas, has proposed amending the same section which this representation accepted. And if I may read, perhaps this would clear the perception of the good gentleman from Quezon City on the points that he raised. The new section will now read as follows. Dangerous drugs found concealed in any compartment that is specially constructed for the purpose on any building, real property, vehicle, vessel, or any kind of transportation or personal property shall, until the contrary is proven, be presumed to have been possessed and or concealed with the knowledge of the occupant, administrator, owner, or person in charge of the property.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I thank the honorable sponsor for that section. Kaya po ayoko hong pakialaman yung section na yon. Kasi I agree po, obvious ba? Bakit ka may hidden compartment doon tapos nandun yung drugs? Ang question ko po is the preceding section, Section A, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na nakita doon may presumption na kaagad. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The gentleman referring to Section 8A.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. As I understand it, it is Section 8, amending Section 11, line 625 to 635, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Or is the sponsor telling me na wala na po yung section na yon?
Minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, after conferring with the good gentleman from Quezon City on his proposed amendments, again, I would like to ask for his indulgence. I will have to reject the proposal because earlier, Congressman Agabas has already proposed the same amendment in the mentioned section, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Belmonte, you may continue.
Again, I thank the Honorable Barbers for being very gentlemanly in letting this representation down, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Now I move to the very controversial death penalty, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And I would really like na very clear so that there will be no room for misinterpretation or this law being questioned as to the death penalty in our courts, all the way up to the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I do appreciate the amendment made by the majority, including the line towards the end of this bill, saying clearly that there is no intention to amend the prior law. However, I would prefer na mas malinaw po by deleting the word to death after the word imprison in Section 11, amending Section 13, line 711. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
What is the reply of the good sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, earlier, again, the good gentleman, Congressman Agabas, has likewise proposed to add another sentence in the Section 37 of the said proposed law in the repealing clause, where it clearly states that the provision of this act shall not in any way repeal Republic Act 9346 or an act prohibiting the imposition of death penalty in the Philippines. To clear the notion, Mr. Speaker, that there was no intention in this law to amend the death penalty law.
Honorable Belmonte, you may continue.
Moving on, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move now to the section requiring an imprisonment for the persons found not to be drug dependent. I appreciate and I thank the honorable sponsor and the majority leader for their amendment, making it clear na ang priority po talaga, as by long experience has proven, yung rehabilitation and intervention programs. However, para lang po mabalik yung section sa original bill which requires the same intervention muna po para sa mga first-time users. Yung mga nag-eksperimento lang, imbis ng imprisonment, I propose that we delete the phrase, if found to be not a drug dependent, she shall suffer the penalty of imprisonment ranging from 6 months and 1 day to 6 years, and the fine ranging from 10,000 pesos to 50,000 pesos after the word act. Okay na po sa akin kasi lininaw naman po sa akin ni majority ng honorable sponsor at ng majority na kailangan may arrest muna. So I will concede on the point of physical manifestations. Although inayos na rin po yun ng majority and I thank the majority for that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Ang nais ko lang po dito ay mabalik yung original provision which states na yung mga first offender ay rehabilitation ang direksyon, hindi po kulong. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sir Sponsor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proposal of the good gentleman from Quezon City earlier was to delete the sentence which states that any physical manifestation exhibited by the accused shall be presumed to have used illegal drugs. And we agreed to that particular proposal as proposed as well by Congressman Agabas earlier.
Thank you for that.
In the same section where a drug dependent is apprehended at meron po siyang dependency examination at napatunayan po na siya ay positive user ng droga, sa first offender, he will be given 6 months. And the amendment introduced was 6 months to 18 months of inpatient treatment. So para maklear. And yung wala namang, hindi naman dependent after a confirmatory and dependency test, ay diretso makukulong ito. Because the rationale behind this, Mr. Speaker, is that our proposal is not focused on putting to jail immediately yung mga first-time offenders. There's still compassion here, Mr. Speaker, because binibigyan natin ng chance na ma-rehabilitate sila at maibalik into the folds of the society. And hoping na after a rehabilitation program, magbago na po at hindi na po gumamit ng droga. Pero dun po sa hindi pumasa, yung nag-negative dun sa dependency test pero nahuli siya, I think it's much worse, Mr. Speaker, because maaring hindi siya gumagamit, nahulihan siya ng droga, so mas maaring ibinibenta niya ito, which is much worse than being a user. So in that context, Mr. Speaker, distinguished gentleman from Quezon City, ay binigyan pa rin natin ng konting compassion itong section na ito. Inalis natin yung pinopropose ni Congressman Belmonte na physical manifestations because apparently this would be perceived by some law enforcers and could be a subject to abuse. So again, Mr. Speaker, much to my dismay, I will have to reject the proposed amendment of the good gentleman from
Thank you
Quezon
for the
City.
clear explanation, Mr. Sponsor. Honorable Belmonte, you may...
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang point ko lang po, I agree na pwedeng ma-interpret that way yung section na to. Hindi ka nga dependent, may droga ka, gumamit ka, pwedeng kwan ka lang, tulak ka kasi hawak mo. Ang point ko lang is, paano yung batang inosenteng sinubukan lang niya? Under this provision, pwede siyang ma-interpret na diretso siyang kulungan. Yun lang po yung problema ko dito, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Nonetheless, if I may move on, again, in the same light, ito na po yung last ko, na, again, it's a presumption of knowledge ang hinihingi ko. Section 13, amending Section 16, lines 807 to 813. Delete the sentence, a person is presumed a coddler or protector if she knows the cultivator, producer, or violator of this section, and she uses his/her influence, power, or position in preventing the collection of evidence without any justifiable reasons or grounds, shielding, harboring, screening, or facilitating the escape of said violator. And lines 822 to 837, any act of the protector or coddler or shielding, harboring, screening, or facilitating the escape of, or in preventing the arrest, prosecution, or conviction of the violator of this section is, unless proven otherwise, prima facie proof that the protector or coddler has knowledge of or consented to the cultivation or production of plants classified as dangerous drugs or source thereof, and she is presumed further to have used his/her influence, power, or position in doing the same, except when it is done by any member of the violator's immediate family or his/her legal counsel. Any person who intercedes and/or represents the said violator is otherwise presumed to have shielded, harbored, screened, or facilitated the escape of or prevented the arrest, prosecution, or conviction of the violator. Again, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, prima facie and presumed ang knowledge na engaged sa drugs at coddler siya, and presumed na kilala niya. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng provision na to. Hindi na kailangan patunayan ng state na may knowledge siya. Presumed na po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Yun lang po yung vague interpretation na yan at saka yung double presumption na yan, yung objection ko po sa provision na to, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sir Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, I may reiterate, the proposed legislation simply uses or grants additional legal tools to our law enforcers, to our prosecutors in running after the big-time, quote-unquote, members of the drug syndicate. In this case, hindi lang ho yung mga pusher sa kalsada. And also to reiterate that providing for a legal disputable presumption is not contrary to law. In fact, there are several jurisprudence, there are several statutes that provide for legal presumptions. The reason why I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, kagaya po dito sa cultivator o yung producer. Bawa po, sa property ni Congressman Kit Belmonte, ay may sa daang-daang ektarya na property ni Congressman Belmonte, meron hong tumutubong mga plantation ng marijuana doon. Now, it is presumed that he has knowledge that there was marijuana there. Two, because there was presence of evidence, in this case, yung mga marijuana plantation, you are presumed to be the cultivator because you own the property, it is inside your property, and there was marijuana in that property. So, yung reason bakit natin ina-allow yung presumptions so that we can run after the owner of the property. Kasi karamihan o kadalasan, Mr. Speaker, ang depensa ho lagi ng mga inaakusahan, ay wala ho kong kinalaman dyan, tumubo lang ho yan dyan eh. O hindi kaya, ay siguro nung nag-abroad ako, nawala ako ng mga ilang buwan, ilang taon, eh yung property ko, pagbalik ko, may nakatanim na.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, knowing the strong sense of justice ng Honorable Barbers at knowing na alam niyang wala po akong isang ektarya, una pa ho siyang tatakbo para proteksyonan ako. Kasi kilala niya po akong wala po akong isang ektaryang lupa na ganun. Pero dahil sa tumakbo siya sa akin, under the provisions of this law, may presumption na rin na cuddler protector po siya. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I will be perceived to be the protector and cuddler of Congressman Kit Belmonte if I interceded in his behalf. I allowed for his escape. I prevented for his arrest. I prevented his prosecution. Knowing fully well that meron hong meron hong tumubong marijuana doon, and that's already a prima facie proof that merong pagkakasala o meron pong unlawful act o meron pong violation of this proposed legislation na nangyari. And I used my power, my influence, and my position to help him escape. Yun lang ho yung pagiging cuddler ko doon, Mr. Speaker. But I hope both of us, Mr. Speaker, was able to illustrate by using ourselves as examples in this particular section na maaaring mangyari ito at hindi malayong hindi ho imposible. So along that line, much again to my dismay, Mr. Speaker, I would have to beg the indulgence of the gentleman from Quezon City that I will have to reject his proposed amendment.
Noted, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I have no intention of touching the provisions relating to the law enforcement officers. The two sections I will leave to the better wisdom of my minority leader who wants to propose some amendments on these two sections. However, if I had my way, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I would have deleted entirely Section 33, amending Section 92, lines 1487 to 1499 on the presumption of bungling. However, I noticed the amendments as proposed by the majority, and they are rather clear and sharp, and I thank them for that. So hindi ko na po ipapasok yung amendments kong yon and leave that to my minority leader if he does intend to further refine that section. With that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, sa haba-haba po ng pangliligaw ko po sa napakakisig na Honorable Barbers, I thank him for his patience and understanding and statesmanship. Busted man po ako, ay magandang-maganda po ang pagbust niya po sa akin. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to state for the record that in the course of deliberations of this particular proposed legislation, the good gentleman from Quezon City has contributed a lot to the committee in order to craft this particular legislation because the good gentleman from Quezon City is also serious in his efforts to help this administration in fighting the nemesis of illegal drugs. So I'd like to thank him for that, Mr. Speaker, because isa pong patunay na ang ating pong kasama ay isa sa mga lumalaban dito sa problema natin sa illegal na droga. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Belmonte. Thank you, Honorable Barbers. Hirap mo raw ligawan. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Joseph Stephen Paduano, the Minority Floor Leader of the party list, Abang Lingkod. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Minority Floor Leader is recognized. You may have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed with my amendments to the amendments being introduced by our esteemed Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Tyrone Agabas, Mr. Speaker, let me put in the record, Mr. Speaker, that the amendments being introduced by my Deputy Minority Leader, Christopher Keith Belmonte of Quezon City, I really support the proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, especially, Mr. Speaker, on the double presumptions provisions in line with the amendments being introduced by this House bill, Mr. Speaker. But of course, Mr. Speaker, I submit to the wisdom of our good sponsor, Congressman Robert H. Barbers, and of course, to the Majority Floor Leader, I really respect the wisdom and position of both the sponsor and the Majority Floor Leader for denying or rejecting the proposed amendments being introduced by my Deputy Minority Floor Leader. Now, Mr. Speaker, supposedly I have at least 3 amendments, but I would like to thank our esteemed Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Tyrone Agabas, for proposing those 3 amendments that I supposedly have to propose today. And in advance, I would like to thank the good sponsor for accepting those proposed amendments that will be introduced by this representation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Speaker, just to give and articulate the first amendment that was introduced by the good Deputy Majority Floor Leader about the planting of evidence, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. It is very clear during the debate and interpellation that by putting such provision in these amendments of Republic Act 9165, Mr. Speaker, the provision about the proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker, will be used by the accused in defense. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's why my first position is to amend or to delete the whole provision, Mr. Speaker. But of course, talking to the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, we have agreed that instead of just to make sure that this provision of planting of evidence will not be abused by the accused and used as a defense, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we introduce that the preliminary investigation should be within the period of 7 working days. And the good sponsor accepted the amendments being introduced by this representation and, of course, by our esteemed Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Tyrone Agabas. That's number 1, Mr. Speaker. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of bungling, the Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Tyrone Agabas, also introduced an amendment in which this is also my personal amendments that supposedly to be introduced with regards to the deletion of the word patent laxity unexcusable neglect. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the good sponsor for accepting the amendments being introduced by Deputy Majority Leader Tyrone Agabas and this representation, Mr. Speaker. And on the third amendments that will be introduced by this honorable representation, Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose an amendment to the amendments being introduced by the good Deputy Majority Floor Leader Agabas, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. This is in line with the provision about bungling of cases, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I would just like to insert some reasons that will be considered as bungling of cases by the prosecution and at the same time by the law enforcement agents that filed the cases against a particular suspect with regards to drugs. Now, Mr. Speaker, the amendments being introduced by the Deputy Majority Leader Agabas on Section 33, letter B, Mr. Speaker. And let me read the amendments that was introduced by the Honorable Agabas, Mr. Speaker. Letter B, insert the words based on any of the following reasons, such as failure to formally offer evidence, filing of wrong information, failure to present corpus delicti, irregularity/illegality of arrest, search and seizure, failure to conduct confirmatory tests, and failure to prosecute for an unreasonable length of time. If the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, will accept the amendments that I will be introducing this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the amendments introduced by the good Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Mr. Speaker, my amendments, Mr. Speaker, will be to delete the word "and" before the word "failure" on the last sentence, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Instead of "and," you delete it, maintain the comma, and we will insert some reasons, Mr. Speaker, in order with regards to the dismissal of cases, in which we just get the data and the reasons for dismissal of cases from the PDEA sources, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Now, allow me to insert, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the word insufficiency of evidence, comma, irregularity/illegality of arrest, search and seizure, comma, failure to comply Section 21 of Republic Act 9165, comma, inconsistent testimonies, comma, quasal of information or search warrant, comma, lack of probable cause, comma, demurrer to the evidence granted by the court, comma, and non-presentation of vital witnesses. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I do believe that the prosecution and the security agency that filed the cases should have not filed a case unless otherwise in their study, in their preliminary investigation, there is such insufficiency of evidence, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. In the first place, why should they file a case At in the end, you know for the fact that it will be dismissed. Same as to, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, to all other reasons that this representation have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Is the good sponsor will accept the amendments being introduced by
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Minority Leader. In fact, I was impressed by the fact that he has enumerated all the reasons for the dismissal of cases, of drug-related cases. And all these reasons have already been pestering the Department of Justice, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Minority Leader, because kailangan talaga paigtingin natin dahil hindi lamang po yung mga suspects na may hawak ng droga o yung nag-i-import ng droga ang dapat habulin. Dapat din habulin din dito yung mga prosecutors na intentionally watering down cases against the suspect so that para magkaroon ng basis for dismissal, and including judges, those that are what they call rogues in the Department of Justice na dapat din nating habulin. No? Because dadami itong mga drogang ito at hindi mabibigyan ng hustisya kapag hindi po natin mahahabol itong mga taong ito. And I must admit, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Minority Leader, that including and accepting the proposed amendments would definitely give the law more teeth and more tools to run after these people, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Minority Leader.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker, Idong Sponsor, for accepting the amendments of this representation to the amendments being introduced by the good Deputy Majority Leader Tyrone Agabas. That's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. Idong Sponsor, thank you.
Thank you, Minority Floor Leader. And
Mr. Speaker, let me just state for the record before the Majority Leader
Please proceed.
that just like the Deputy Minority Leader, Congressman Kit Belmonte, our Minority Leader was very instrumental as well in the finalization of this proposed legislation. In fact, if we have minority members who are supportive to the cause of the majority, then perhaps it would be a worthy addition to the majority coalition if we get these two gentlemen in the majority coalition. Just, I thought, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Deputy Minority Leader and Minority Leader Paduano.
Okay, yun na. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I moved that we approve the amendment to the amendment that has been proposed and accepted.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Mark Go of the Lone District of Baguio City for his individual amendments.
The Honorable Go is recognized via Zoom.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Leader, and our good friend, the sponsor of the bill. I have some amendments that I would like to propose. On page 4, line 131, Mr. Speaker, it says here, and this is what I propose, a person, after the person, I would like to propose that you delete the phrase is presumed to be and insert the word it can be held liable as a financier if she or he causes the payment, raises, provides, or supplies money for or underwrites the importation and exportation of dangerous drugs or controlled precursors and essential chemicals. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, just 1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to clarify to the good gentleman from Baguio City, if he wanted to add the phrase to be held liable as a financier. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Go.
Yes, Mr. Chair. A person, you delete the phrase is presumed to be and can be held liable as a financier if she or he causes the payment, etc., Mr. Chair. That's correct.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why we put presume, because again, the word presume would definitely make the violator of this section liable. And if we add or delete the person is presumed, it might change the intent of this particular section. So again, much to my dismay, I would have to reject the proposed amendments of the good gentleman from Baguio City.
Noted, Mr. Sponsor. Honorable Go, do you have other amendments?
Well, just a little reaction to that. When you presume that somebody is a financier, if he causes all of these items stated here, you are presuming based on probabilities. And therefore, in order to ensure that we pursue the objective of this bill and at the same time protect the individual rights of individuals, we just hold them liable if and when they commit such action, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I know the intention of the good gentleman from Baguio City. However, this is already clearly spelled out in this particular section. And if we read the whole paragraph, clearly it would say that if a person violates those acts or causes the payment, etc., these are already the perceived liability of the person presumed to be a financier. So again, I'm just worried, Mr. Speaker, that it might change the intention. Anyway, if the intention of the gentleman from Baguio City is just to ensure that these people who have caused the payment, raises, provides, or supplies is liable or must be liable, it is already spelled out in this particular section.
Honorable Go.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I would like to go to line 155, which is basically the same. Instead of using the word is presumed, a person can be held liable as a protector or cuddler. it's a lighter message or provision than the word presumed. Still, he can be liable. He can be jailed if a case is filed against the person for committing this act, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would have to beg the indulgence of the gentleman from Baguio that what we are providing in this proposed legislation, particularly in this section, are legal, disputable presumptions. So to make it clear and to avoid a vague interpretation, we are putting the word presumed there so that it cannot be interpreted otherwise. So again, I'd like to beg his indulgence that we cannot delete the word a person is presumed in this particular section.
Honorable Go.
Well, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, if your answer on those two amendments are all in the negative, I presume that the other proposals that I have here will be having the same negative response on this proposal. So I think I will just not continue until the other parts of this bill, as far as my amendments are concerned, because I know based on the two items that I proposed are on the negative, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. So having said that, I would like to end my my proposed amendments. I will not continue with that, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Go.
Thank you very much, distinguished gentleman from Baguio City. Just to clarify, our proposal is to provide presumptions. And it could be interpreted otherwise if we delete the word presumed to the presumed violators of this act. So I hope the gentleman clearly understands. Thank you, gentleman from Baguio City.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I understand where you're coming from and the message that you'd like to communicate in this particular bill. And that's the very reason that after hearing you on my two proposed amendments, I think it will just be, I would say, probably not possible to have the other proposals that I hear in terms of amendments be considered by your honorable representation, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to introduce individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 7814 as amended.
All those in favor of House Bill 7814, say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 7814 is hereby approved. As amended. Congratulations to the good sponsor, Honorable Barbers. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Lakas ng boses mo, Kit.
Balik na ulit. Basahin ko na lang.
It, lakas ng boses.
Para bata.
That's Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as members of the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill Number 8512, or an act granting the President of the Philippines the power to suspend the scheduled increase in Social Security System contribution rates, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 11199, otherwise known as the Social Security Act of 2018, and Senate Bill Number 2027, or an act granting the President of the Philippines the power to defer the increases in contributions of the Social Security System for a limited period of 6 months, which may be extended to another 6 months in times of a declared national emergency or state of calamity, amending Section 4 of Republic Act Number 11199, also known as the Social Security Act of 2018, and for other purposes. For the majority, Representative Eric L. Olivares, Representative Christine Singson Mihan, Representative Bernadette Herrera D., and Representative Jose Enrique Joet Garcia. And for the minority, Representative Stella Luz A. Kimbo.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the following individuals are hereby elected on the bicameral conference. Majority Leader.
A few minutes suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Ami. Wisely. Na naman? Pagod naman. Ayan na, oh. Ano, nag-order talaga? Sa wakas, ito talagang mga senator, oh, tagal-tagal. Parang hindi makapaniwala si Gia. Hindi makapaniwala.
Ano pa ma'am, additional reference?
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bills.
Secretary
So move,
General.
Mr. Speaker.
Additional reference of business, messages from the Senate, message dated February 22, 2021, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill number 2027 entitled An Act Granting the President of the Philippines the Power to Defer the Increases in Contributions of the Social Security System for a limited period of 6 months, which may be extended to another 6 months in times of a declared national emergency or state of calamity, amending Section 4A and 9 of Republic Act number 11199, also known as the Social Security Act of 2018, and for other purposes, in which it requests the concurrence of the House of Representatives.
to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization. Majority Leader.
Message dated February 22, 2021, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill number 1513, entitled An Act Integrating Labor Education in the Tertiary Education Curriculum, in which it requests the concurrence of the House of Representatives.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Message dated February 23, 2021, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill number 2057, entitled An Act Establishing the Coronavirus Disease 2019 Vaccination Program Expediting the Vaccine Procurement and Administration Process, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, in which it requests the concurrence of the House of Representatives.
To the Committee on Appropriations. Majority Leader.
A few minutes of suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Dapat a few hours. Kailan na ito ah? Bukas, bukas. Wala na, tulog na. Tulog na ako, wala na. Bukas na lang, bukas. Bukas na, Jay. Ako. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 8648 and Senate Bill number 2057, respectively, expediting the procurement and administration of vaccines for the protection against the coronavirus disease 2019 or COVID-19. We have been informed that the Committee on Appropriations, sponsor of House Bill number 8648, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2057. In accordance with our rules, I move that we adopt Senate Bill number 2057 as an amendment to House Bill number 8648. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2057 as an amendment to House Bill number 8648. Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session until 3 p.m. on February 24.
Session, are there any objection? Session is suspended until February 24, 3 p.m. Today, sa wakas, ako na naman. Picture naman. Jay, sarapan mo yung pagkain. Ha? Tama ko dyan. Madjo. Oo nga bukas yung pagkain. Papasok ako. Madjo. Hindi nga Dito na lang ako sa bote ng jingle, oh. Madjo, ito yung jingle ko, oh. Oo nga All right, congrats everybody. Congrats, Kit.